been like a month, isn't it? I thought I'd let the duende show up. The stream started late. I was eating soup. But we're here now, only 30 minutes late. I suppose, without further ado, we might as well get started. I've been patiently waiting for this. I know. Should have done this sooner. But we looked at the tips. I want to say that we have. But it's been a month, so... Problem with twins. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Onigafuchi village especially, the three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. I think we have seen this. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife and things like family quarrels. We have... Skip. What's the skip button again? That's the skip button. Bye-bye. We've been typically doing them at the end now. Let's just head on into the chapter, I suppose. Hi, Mom. Shit, let me turn on my volume. You're loud. Keiichi? Keiichi? Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. It must be really hard for him. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did. Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while too? I think it would be safer not to go until the police do something about this. Maybe. Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, how is it logical not to close school during such a dangerous situation? What do those teachers think our children are? Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself. I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. Felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication. Keiichi. How are your studies going? Gotten further than the other kids, haven't you? If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright? I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Shit, could you imagine if I chose to stream this on Thursday? Because that's our other Higurashi day. Sorry. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night. Couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo. This isn't somewhere we should be going, is it?
鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。
It's not. It's a crime to force your way into a locked building, even if you don't steal anything.
シオンだって、これが合いびき現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。
Shion, now that you know they weren't having some secret rendezvous, you've had enough, right?
俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。
I don't want to do something like this.
こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
What if Rika-chan's dance ends while we're messing around here? Tomitake is spotted! I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitake-san's hands and put it back on the door. Forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go, let's go! Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitake-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Tomitake mode on? No, quite off. Then, at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, till my hands turned red. I clapped, and I clapped. Oh, goody.
レナちゃんじゃない？
Isn't that Rena-chan?
いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
She's here because it's your usual meetup time, isn't she? I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena.
ケイチ、
Keiichi,
しばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか？
shouldn't you take a few days off from school?
そうだね。
You're right.
気を使ってくれてありがとう。
Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena.
おはよ
Good morning.
う。今日から集団登校だから
We're going to school as a group starting today,
遅れちゃダメだよ。
so you can't be late. Ah, that's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us.
俺さ、
I
今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。
think I'm gonna take some time off
学校。
from school. Don't breathe right in my ear like that.
うん。
Okay. Rena answered shortly, nodding.
ケイチ君が自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。
I think you should do whatever's best for you, Keiichi-kun.
だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。
So you don't need to feel that you're weak or anything.
それからこれ
Oh, and here.
回覧板、
It's a notice they're sending around.
お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。
Did you give it to your mom?
いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I think it has a lot of important announcements in it. I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。
Police are looking as best they can too.
きっと見つかるから。
I'll find them for sure.
待ってよ。
Just be patient.
Ne?
Okay? Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。
Rena, you're not gonna question me?
うん。
Nope.
レナは知ってるんだろ。
Rena, you know, don't you?
俺があの晩。
About that night, what I...
西宮殿に忍び込んだことかな。
You mean when you snuck into the ritual storehouse? I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。
So it's all out in the open.
まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
Really. Shouldn't do bad things like that.
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
Mi-chan was really mad. So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことよりも
I don't think she was as angry about you sneaking in there, though,
それを隠していたことだと思うの。
as much as about you hiding it from her.
ケイチ君は自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
Maybe, Keiichi-kun. Maybe you should have told her yourself and apologized. I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I, myself, should have apologized to Mion for. It hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it.
レナの言う通りだな。
Rena, you're right.
俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
I never realize anything until you tell me.
ケイチ君、
Keiichi-kun.
もしもだよ。
Hypothetically,
もしもケイチ君が悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら、
if you had admitted you'd done something wrong right away and apologized to Mi-chan,
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
I wonder if Rika-chan and Satoko-chan wouldn't have had to disappear. I couldn't answer right away. Couldn't admit to that. Isn't Rena telling me right now, though? That I should have admitted to my crime sooner. If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own.
ああ、
Yeah,
そうだ。
you're right. If I admitted my crime sooner, Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Smack? The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. Didn't hurt at all.
誰もケイチ君のことを叱らなかったと思う。
I don't think that anyone has scolded you,
だ
Keiichi-kun.
から私が代わりにケイチ君を叱るね。
So I'll scold you in their place, okay? I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。
Going somewhere you're not allowed to go is a very bad thing to do.
それはわかる。
Do you understand that?
あ
Uh-huh.
返事ははいだよ、
Answer me with a yes,
ケイチ君。
Keiichi-kun.
あ、はい。
Yes.
そしてもっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。
Also, what's even worse, you didn't admit to having done something so bad.
悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことはもっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
You should never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting to it or apologizing for it is much, much worse.
はい。
Yes,
僕が悪かったです。
I was wrong. For a few moments, Rena stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then, finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled.
じゃあもう時間だから
Okay then, it's about time.
私は行くよ。
I should be going.
あ、
Alright.
回覧板お母様に渡しておいてね。
Be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay?
あと回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
Also, warn her not to go out to pass it on after it gets dark. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single more light-hearted page, with peaceful sentences dancing on it. Still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some.
なんだこれ。
What is this? I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They'd gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over. That's what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら、園崎家か。
You need some soy sauce, then you would go to the Sonozaki house.
レナ、
Rena,
お前ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ。
did you know all along?
うん、
Yeah,
知ってた。
I knew. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there, he was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house, and she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared. Didn't Uishi-san say 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir Mion frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule, too. Looking back, isn't that Angel Mort's store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
俺、ミオンのところへ行く。
I'm going to Mion.
謝ってくるよ。
I'll go apologize.
もう全部終わりにしてもらう。
I'm going to have her put an end to
ミ
everything.
オンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上誰も犠牲にならないように頼んでくる。
Mion probably won't forgive me easily, but I'll go and ask her not to sacrifice anyone else. With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazying around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. When she stopped me,
私も行くよ。
I'm going too.
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
Rena, shouldn't you go to school?
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だよ。
This is way more important than school.
レナは来るな。
Rena, you shouldn't come.
この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
If you get wrapped up in this too, then I think I might actually go crazy. Rena didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら、
If Keiichi-kun disappeared as well,
私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
then I think I might actually go crazy too.
だから、ケイチ君だけを行かせない。
So I won't let you go alone. Rena argued boldly, as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve.
わかった。
All right,
行こう。
let's go.
ありがとう、レナ。
Thank you, Rena. Rena nodded slightly, but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray Once more, we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Uishi-san.
いやー、おはようございます。
Hey, good morning.
前原さん、
Maibara-san.
それから龍宮さんも。
To you too, Ryugu-san.
朝から羨ましいですね。
Together so early in the morning? You make me jealous. What a truly praiseworthy man he was, if he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
You're from the police.
ありゃ、龍宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？
Oh, have I not introduced myself to you, Ryugu-san?
これは失礼しました。
Please, excuse my rudeness.
私、沖宮署の大石と申します。
My name is Uishi, from the Okinomiya Police Department.
どうぞよろしく。
Pleased to meet you.
大石さんに喋るのか？
Are we telling Uishi-san?
うん。
Yeah.
圭一君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、
I think my palm is enough punishment for your crime, Keiichi-kun, but
みーちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
we should leave Mi-chan's to these people. Oh, so it's happening? It's really going down? I mean, shit. Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart. There's a very tense atmosphere in the air. No kidding. Like, we're actually gonna go to Uishi with Rena and be like, hey man, we think that the Sonozakis, we think that they made the kids disappear and the mayor. Like, we're pretty sure. Let's head over there right now.
大石さんにお話があります。
We have something to tell you, Uishi-san.
はてはて、
Well now,
どんなお話でしょうか？
what about?
ここで立ち話します？
Should we stand here and talk?
それとも車の中でしますか？
Or go inside the car?
車の中でします。
In the car, please. I think Keiichi feels dead inside. Yeah, because he thinks that it's all his fault. That fucking Satoko and Rika and the mayor are gone. I mean, he cares less about the mayor, but still. He thinks it's all his fault. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. It's crazy right now as Rena's like, yeah, let's go get Mion. Like, I didn't think you would turn against her like this. I mean, it's good if she's behind this. Like, yeah. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Uishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです。
How do you feel?
話したら、なんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか？
Don't you feel a lot better now that you've told me? Uishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static. This is a Kamu guy. I said that wrong. Kuma guy. Uishi-san, over.
はい、もしもし。
Yes, hello.
大石です。
This is Uishi. We got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movement at the Sonozaki house. Our target is still on the premises.
はいはい。引き続き見張りお願いします。
Remember the start of this chapter where Keiichi and Mion were having cute times together? I miss it dearly. Goodness gracious. Don't we all? Yes, good. Keep a close watch out. Roger that. The relief for 3 and 7 just arrived and they've returned to base. Also, it looks like the division chief is looking for you, Uishi-san. Keeps bugging me, too, to tell him as soon as I get in touch with you. What do you want me to do?
答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか、ごまかしといてください。
If you're hard pressed for an answer, tell him you're actually under orders not to wake me from my morning nap. Got it. The radio grew silent.
いや、失礼。
Sorry about that.
仕事の連絡でした。
It was about work.
今園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
He just said there was no movement at the Sonozaki house, didn't he?
ありゃん、そんな風に聞こえちゃいました？
Oh my, did it sound like that to you?
そりゃ困ったな。
This won't do.
秘密にしてくださいよ。
Please, keep that a secret, alright?
課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this. Uishi-san had suspected me on for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査も、とにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。
Nor for questioning witnesses or for searching houses. We don't have permission for anything, really.
園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて。
The Sonozaki house's defenses said to protect the family members are also in full working condition.
令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
Without a warrant, we can't do anything about anything, unless the crime happens right in front of us.
大石さんってひょっとして。
Uishi-san, could you be... Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Uishi-san.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから
Can't set foot in the Sonozaki house.
圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか？
Were you trying to get Keiichi-kun to go in there instead?
レナ、それはどういう意味だ？
Rena, that's... What do you mean?
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
This person. Just as I thought, he plays really dirty.
人聞きが悪いですね。
Stop, you're hurting my reputation.
でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
That said, I'm all ears to your explanation, okay? Uishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide.
あなたは令状が取れないけれどみーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。
You can't get a warrant, but you've always had your eyes on Mi-chan because you thought she was suspicious. Yes.
圭一君を焚きつけて園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。
You plotted to incite Keiichi-kun and have him go to the Sonozaki house.
そして圭一君に何かがあればそれを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。
Then, if something were to happen to him, you would have used that as an excuse to go in.
そうでしょう。
Isn't that right? I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. Bro. I knew, however, that Uishi-san had been trying to use me.
その結果圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに。
Even if Keiichi-kun got hurt as a result.
恥知らず。
You know shame?
これが警察のやり方なの？
Is this how the police do things?
いやいや、こりゃとんだところに名探偵がいたもんです。
My, my. Seems we have an incredible detective on our hands.
いやはやいやはや。
Oh my, oh my.
あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？
Would you be interested in taking our exam?
刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですよ。
I'd gladly write a recommendation letter to get you into the detective division.
卑劣か。
You're despicable. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life, but one or two words from a young girl is always the roughest for me.
でも結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね。
Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Mi-chan yet.
そりゃどうも。
Don't mention it. Uishi-san seemed to be enjoying this exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp. Could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、
Now then,
その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、これからどうするつもりです？
as two esteemed friends of Mion Sonozaki-san, what do you plan on doing now?
私が証拠固めを終えて、令状が請求できるまで、のんびり待っててくれるわけですかな？
Mm.
Will you wait kindly for me to go over the evidence and request a warrant?
うん
No,
そんなの待ちません。
we won't wait for that.
私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
We'll go and make Mi-chan surrender herself. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。
I see, I see. I wonder if it'll go that well.
下手すりゃ、あなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
If you're careless, you too may face danger, you know. Uishi-san was measuring our resolve. So, in a strong voice, I declared,
そんなのは覚悟の上です。
we're fully prepared. Uishi-san gave us an unpleasant, yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
もし私たちに何かあったならそれを口実に踏み込んでください。
If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse.
犯人を取り逃がさないようにぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
Though my greatest hope is that you will surround the place so that the criminal can't get away.
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。
Ryugu-san, you're good at negotiating too.
参りましたよ。
I'm throwing in the towel.
降参です。
I surrender.
どういうことだよ。
What are you talking about?
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるなら
If the policemen surround Mi-chan's
これ
house,
が万が一の時の保険になるの。
then that'll be insurance for the worst case scenario.
万が一の時の。
Or the worst case. Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。
Uishida Kuma-chan.
大石より熊ちゃんへ。
Uishida Kuma-chan. This is Kuma guy. Go ahead.
お友達が二人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。
Our two friends are going to play at the Sonozaki house.
増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
Make arrangements so that we can reinforce them if needed. Roger. Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では、参りましょうか。
Then, let's get going.
お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Want to buy some tea biscuits on the way there? Neither Rena nor I went along with Uishi-san's stupid joke. Oh, goody. We're really doing it, huh? We're gonna storm in there and go, Mion, you are very mean. Uishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。
This is as far as I can take you.
情報では、園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。
According to our information, there are quite a few security cameras set up on the premises.
でもご安心を。
Still, don't worry.
何度か資格をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。
I've got a bunch of youngsters ready and waiting to slip past them and go in.
指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくださればすぐにわかりますよ。
We'll be monitoring the inside with a one-way mic, so if you two give a loud scream, we'll know right away.
絶対に説得しますから自首を認めてくださいね。
We'll persuade her for sure, so please be ready for her to turn herself in. In both her eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。
Plenty careful, you hear?
今さら信じないでしょうが、 できることならあなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
Probably don't believe it right now. I don't want you two being sacrificed if at all possible.
本当に今更だな。
You're right about that. With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this would be happening today.
行こう、
Let's go,
ケイチ君。
Ichikun. Rena took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been.
レナはミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
Rena, you've been to Mion's house before, right?
うん、
Yeah,
何度もあるよ。
a few times.
とても大きな家でね。
It's a really big house.
お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。
You could fit a mountain to their backyard, too.
松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
You could pick mushrooms and stuff, though there are fences everywhere. Big enough to fit a mountain. It was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there is something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen.
この森、いや、山か。
This forest, or should I say mountain,
まるまる庭なのか。
is this all their yard?
庭というか、領地だね。
It's more like their domain.
見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから、
As you can see, it's private property, but nobody maintains it.
散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
The forest isn't really the kind you can go hiking in. Say that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Uishi-san said, there are security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
俺たちが来るの、ミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
I wonder if Mion is watching us as we come to her.
見てないと思うな。
I don't think she is.
だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。
The only people living in Mi-chan's house are generally her and her grandma, after all.
カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
There's nobody to watch the cameras. What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。
Well, Mi-chan's father seems like a pretty tough person to get along with.
だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
So whenever everyone in the family is getting together, the cameras are apparently working properly. That's right. Mion's father. He's a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Is she living by herself with her grandmother, in a house with such a grand gateway?
いるかな。
Wonder if she's here. Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle, not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. Nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。
Well, this is unusual.
二人とも学校は
Are you two going to school? Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
We stayed home today.
ふーん。
Hmm.
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも
Kei-chan is one thing, but you too, Rena?
二人とも不良なんだからな。
You two are such troublemakers. Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。
Well, let's not just stand here.
入りなよ。
Come on in. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment looking at Rena.
行こう。
Let's go. Rena smiled cheerfully as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rally myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think of when you hear mansion. It was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
Was this the first time you've been here, Kei-chan?
あ
Yeah.
でけえ家じゃねえか。
This house is enormous.
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。
Steep thatched roofs aren't in fashion anymore.
観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。
This place could be a tourist attraction.
私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
I want to rebuild it using totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon. Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt.
気にしないで。
Don't worry about it.
最近は物騒だからね。
Things have been dangerous lately.
日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
Gotta do at least this much during the daytime.
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, you're right. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile. Oh boy, we're getting bolted into the place? Well then, good sir and madam, I shall show you inside.
どうぞこちらへ。
Please, come this way. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチ君、硬くなりすぎかな。
Kichi-kun, you're too tense.
私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。
You came to see Mi-chan, remember?
そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
You don't need to be that nervous. That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Uishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us, too. There's nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。
What's this?
ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石はなんだ？
Mion, what's with this stone on top of the newspapers?
邪魔だぞ。
It's in the way. There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Rena noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？
Rena, do you know?
これはなんだ？
What is this?
何かのおまじないか？
Some kind of good luck charm?
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
If you don't really know, then feel free to move it out of the way and put your shoes there. Tell me what it is.
ケイチくん、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
Keiichi-kun, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone.
え
Huh?
あ、本当だ。
Oh, you're right.
人様の家なのにツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。
This house is for people, but swallows still come in without permission to make nests.
代々語り継いでるのか。季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。
It must be like a tradition for them. Whenever spring comes, they always make a nest here.
迷惑してるんだけどね。
It's kind of annoying, though.
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから、靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
In other words, it's a sign to not take off your shoes here, because swallow poop could end up in them. I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。
A really long time ago, the Sonozaki family apparently cultivated silkworms.
ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。
Our ancestors would get all worked up over exterminating the swallows.
それを思うとこれはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。
When you think of it that way, maybe these are just desserts.
あ、上がって上がって。
Anyway, come on in. The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either. No, it's quite
冗
nice.
談でしょ。
You're kidding, right?
隙間風は入るし冬場は寒いし。
There's a terrible draft and the winters are freezing.
人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。
I'm gonna making my house into property of cultural significance and getting in the way of renovations, got it?
一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。
What I want most is a house like yours, Kei-chan. My house is ugly. Have you seen that thing from the outside? It looks like baby's first house in The Sims 4. That fucking roof. Shit is ass. You don't want a house like that. I mean, the interior is fine. If you're gonna rebuild your house, though, make the outside look nicer than mine. It looks bad.
あれは羨ましいよな。
Pretty jealous of it.
冬場は暖かそうだし。
Seems like it'd be warm in the winter.
でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
Oh, but snowfall seems like it'd be a problem.
雪下ろしは大変って、
Snowfall's a problem?
そんなに雪が降るのかひなみ沢は。
Does Hinamizawa get that much snow?
緯度は関東より南なくらいだろ。ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか。
The latitude is south of Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region warm?
ケイチくん知らないの？
You don't know, Keiichi-kun?
ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。
Hinamizawa is in an area that gets heavy snowfalls.
大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。
When we get a lot, everyone gets buried.
玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。
Sometimes you can't even get out of your house.
止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
Sometimes your car gets totally buried too and you can't find where it is. I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad. He said something like, this place got plenty of snow, so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? Being able to find your car? That's way too much snow. Oh, we're having so much fun! By the way, Mion, do you want to confess to your crime of killing, the kids? You
地理の授業で習ったでしょ。
remember from geography class, right?
日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。
The western side of Japan gets cold winds from Asia.
山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
We're different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean.
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでもなんでもいい。
I'm totally okay with being a softie and nice and warm.
寒いのは嫌だ。
Hate the cold.
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
We'll have to have a training camp to get Kei-chan used to the cold this winter then.
嫌だ嫌だ。全力で嫌だ。
No way, no way. There's no way that's happening.
寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
I hate the cold, and I hate training camps too, and I hate them even more put together. Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、
Still,
冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。
there's a lot of fun things to do in the winter.
冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
Bet our club will be a blast then.
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。
Our club continuing activities through the winter sounds totally horrible.
寒中水泳やら、雪中行軍やら。
Like swimming in the cold or marching in the snow.
ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
When did we turn into Mount Redhorn?
うん、確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of tough punishment games for the winter season.
雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
One time she made us have a Rio carnival in the schoolyard while snow was falling. I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victory would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
We do snowball fights and shaved ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow.
だから、なんで外で遊ぶんだよ。
Wait, why is everything outside?
雪が降ってんだから、ぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
Why can't we play tabletop games in a nice warm room while it's snowing?
あ、ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。
Well, Keiichi-kun, if you're saying things like that, then you're gonna lose a lot this winter.
ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。はう。
We'll have lots of punishment games, and Rena won't lose.
はうじゃねえ。
Don't give me that how. I settled things with a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。
You're sure having fun.
壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
Our walls aren't very thick, so be careful not to go flying through any, okay? The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set.
お茶受けはごませんでいい？
You want some sesame senbai to go with that?
羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
Sorry we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff.
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
He will not survive the winter. He's not going to survive this. It's okay, it's okay. We didn't really come here to drink tea anyway. With those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Nah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer. We put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air was like a warm spring day until a moment ago it slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ
Here you are.
召し上がれ。
Drink up. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。
No poison in it or anything.
そこまで信用ないかな。
You distrust me that much?
心外だね。
That's upsetting. Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. Eee. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも。
Hey now, Kei-chan, Rena.
役はそっちなんだよ。
You're the guests.
用があって来たんじゃないの。
Didn't you come here for something?
そっちから切り出してくれなきゃおじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
If you don't speak up first, this old man won't know what to do. Rena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君、
Ichi-kun,
いいんだ。
it's okay.
俺は来るべくして来たんだ。
I needed to come here.
俺から喋らせてくれ。
Let me talk first.
うん、
Okay,
わかった。
I understand.
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな。
What would Kei-chan have to tell me?
お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。
Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe? Ha 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 ha.
ダメだよ。
Can't do that.
うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。
My little Rena and Kei-chan aren't meant for each other.
味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later. Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. I can't take the tension. I can. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders. No, I'm kidding. This tension. Whew.
ミオ、
Mion.
まず
First,
謝ることがある。
I have something to apologize for.
ケイちゃんが
You do?
何を？
What for? Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I clearly got my point across.
綿流しの晩、
Well, on the night of Watanagashi,
俺は神社の祭具殿に入ったんだ。
the ritual storehouse behind the shrine. I went in there. I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。
I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but
でも、ほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで、悪気はなかったんだよ。
it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it.
でも、いけないことだったんだよな。
Even so, I still shouldn't have done it.
謝る。
So I apologize.
この通り。
I'm sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as a way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。
You got me there.
いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。
I didn't expect you to pitch it to me straight.
参った参った。
Got me on the ropes. I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、ちょっとでも理解してくれたなら。
If you understand that even though it was only a casual exploration for you, Kei-chan, but there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter,
それでいいよ。
then it's okay.
業に入りては業に従えって昔から言うもんね。
There's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
あれからもう何日も経ってる。
It's been days since then.
今更だとは思うが、謝る。
It may be too late, but I apologize.
悪かった。
What I did was wrong.
許してくれ。
Please forgive me. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。
It's okay.
ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
If you know what you did was bad, then that's enough, right? Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、
Mi-chan.
ケイチくんはちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。
Ichikun is apologizing seriously.
みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
I think maybe you should respond seriously as well.
私は真剣だよ。
I am being serious, though.
レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
Do I not look serious to you, Rena?
見えるよ。
You don't. Rena was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, I felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
ケイチくん、
Keiichi-kun,
もういいよ。
you can get up now.
全部話そう。
Let's tell her everything.
みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
That looks like what Mi-chan wants too. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、
Mion,
おとといリカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
you called Rika-chan and Satoko the day before last, right?
覚えはないけど、
I don't remember doing so.
そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it?
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、
It was evening before dinner time.
リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。
Rika-chan should have come here,
お醤油の大瓶を持って
bringing a big bottle of soy sauce
お裾分けしてもらいに。
to have you share some with her. Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit. Time for me to take my medication. Oh boy, isn't that right? Aren't we all so excited? Goodness gracious.
どうしてそう思う？
Why do you think that?
そんなに難しい話じゃない。
It's not hard to understand.
みーちゃんも見たでしょ？
Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't you?
リカちゃんの部屋。
Rika-chan's room. Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
冷ややっこがあるのにお醤油がなかった。
There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce.
そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった。
Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found.
何それ？
What?
それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
Is that why she would have come here?
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。
Mion, drop the act.
お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。
You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you?
醤油をお裾分けするって。
That you'd share your soy sauce. Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんはリカちゃんを隠してしまった。
Then Mi-chan, Rika-chan, you hit her. Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and then she was struggling to find another word.
そして本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね。
That was really supposed to be the end, wasn't it?
みーちゃんにとっては。
For you, anyway.
そりゃあどういう意味かな？
What are you talking about?
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
You didn't foresee that Rika-chan would tell Satoko-chan that she was going to your house, did you, Mi-chan? I don't like that. I don't like when they breathe in my ear.
そして さとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。
Then Satoko-chan
う
called.
ちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？
Might Rika be imposing on you? Yeah,
きっとこんな感じ。
probably just like that.
似てる似てる。
You sound just like her.
みーちゃんはちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。
Mi-chan, you were in a bit of a bind then,
リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。
because someone knew that Rika-chan had come here.
だからさとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
So you decided to lure Satoko-chan here too.
誘い出す？
Lure her out?
へえ、
Hmm,
どんな感じでかな。
like how, I wonder? She's being really weird. Mion prodded Rena on, as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew. I'd been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She'd clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who'd been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。
It probably went like this.
さとこ、
Satoko,
実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど食べに来ない？
I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat?
リカちゃんは先に来てもう食べてるよ。
Rika-chan came early and already ate some.
こんな感じ。
Something like that. Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ、電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで？
There's no recordings of the phone conversation or anything, so how do you know that much? Oh! Oh!
冷蔵庫にさとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食がまるまる手つかずでラップに包まれて入ってたから。
I know it because the dinner that Satoko-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in their refrigerator and hadn't been touched. For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena.
そんなことで、どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
But just that to go on. How did you even guess what we said over the phone?
長くなるから説明は省くけど、
It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point.
冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Contents of that refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これは
That's...
とんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。
I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time.
まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは。
I can't believe you'd figure out everything down to the phone conversation just from when it was inside the fridge. Oh!
参ったな。
Got me there.
参った参った。
You got me, you got me. As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。
An incredible detective.
みーちゃんこそ大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。
Mi-chan, you're the one who guessed what Uishi-san told us.
大石さんも私のこととんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
Yeah, I noticed that. He called me an incredible detective, too. As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオン、
Mion,
警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。
the police have suspected you for a long time now.
この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Oishi-san's officers have had the house under observation so they could break in at any time. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんもみーちゃんが
Was the mayor Mi-chan too?
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Tomitake-san and Takano-san, you as well? Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see the impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. That moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared. She became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion. It had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe. She was the young leader who had commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat, and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。
We meet for the first time.
園崎本家当主跡継ぎ
I am the current heir to the Sonozaki house.
ミオンでございます。
My name is Mion. Mion's movements were so elegant that they could cut. We couldn't even answer her. All Rena and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。
I would like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today.
当主お寮に代わりまして皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。
I will greet you all in place of our leader, Oryu.
皆様におかれましてはいろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。
It seems as though you have various things you would like to ask.
私にお話しできることでしたら包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
If I can be of any assistance, then I would like to answer without concealing anything. What? Did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes.
本当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
It's really all right if we ask anything then?
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。
I shall tell you everything I know.
皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
That is why you've come here after all. Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract. It was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
Why would you do this? That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? It didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tomitake-san as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは 少し長いものになります。
To answer that question will take some time.
それでもよろしければ、どうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
If that is acceptable, however, then I would by all means like you to hear it. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
ひなみ沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
Do you know that Hinamizawa village used to be called Onikafuchi village? Rena nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onikafuchi village, yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains, treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。
That's right.
鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。
Our ancestors in Onikafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons.
ふもとの村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。
Those in the villages at the foot of the mountains worshipped and honored them.
ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
Nevertheless, that all decayed with the end of the Tokugawa era. The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onikafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。
The Meiji era began. The name of Onikafuchi village, with its long history, was forcibly changed to Hinamizawa village.
古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
I have heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs. The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように
Our ancestors in Onikafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons.
あっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
Onikafuchi village disappeared in a flash. At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The First Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, until the Pacific War broke out. They recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。
At the time, Onikafuchi village had already lost its impenetrability.
かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは否認扱いを受け
The villagers, once worshipped as transcendents, were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment.
神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
The sacred Onikafuchi village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those afflicted with incurable diseases, a mere shadow of its former self, and stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onikafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who would come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children, "If you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons." That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, and cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onikafuchi village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onikafuchi, you'd be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce.
裁判も起こしました。
It even caused trials.
出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴え
They would appeal that where one came from wasn't an important enough reason to
た。
divorce.
でも敗訴しました。
They would, however, lose their case.
出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為に当たるのだそうで。
Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage.
ひどいね、
That's
そんなの。
terrible. I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you'd be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recalled being suspicious about it, and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。
Well, I suppose I can't say they weren't asking for it.
私たちのご先祖様は自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い、自慢し、麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。
Our ancestors were proud of the demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain, after all.
その神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ、畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
They struck fear into the villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらも、ひなみ沢村の人々は様々な差別を受け続けました。
During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination.
数え出したらキリがないくらい、
There were too many ways to count.
夫や息子を戦場に送り出し、15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。
They would send their husbands and sons to war, and the women on the home front would suffer greatly too.
当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみ沢にも、ようやく父や夫、息子たちが戻ってまいりました。
Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but alas, their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them.
もちろん、帰らぬ者も多かった。
Of course, there were also many who didn't come back.
それでも、男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみ沢にとって、それはとても喜ばしいことでした。
Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without the men, The return was a very happy thing. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era.
廃村寸前だったひなみ沢をもう一度立て直そう。
Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town.
そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
Those in the village started to say that they should rebuild it once again, and got to work trying to make the village even a little more plentiful. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather. The husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。
Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned goods.
それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
He hid them somewhere in the Seto Inland Sea and sold them widely at a high price in the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。
Let's revive this ruined village.
村人すべては家族であり、この富は共有の財産である。
All who live here are our family, and this fortune is our collective property.
現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。
So he proclaimed to my grandmother, the current head of the family.
この大きな富は、その後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
That vast fortune was a huge reason why Hinamizawa was revitalized after the war. I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
Of course, there are many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market. The villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。
The person at the middle of all of it was your Nana, Mi-chan.
すごいよね。
It's amazing.
大活躍。
What a great success.
When do we get to the part where you made the kids disappear?
Mion looked like she was honestly happy Rena had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。
However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again
それが人肉缶詰疑惑でした。
because of the canned flesh incident.
Well, goody.
Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。
Someone naming himself as my grandfather, Sohei Sonozaki's superior, confessed
あの缶詰は人肉の缶詰だったと。
that those canned goods had been human flesh. Hinamizawa, in a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. Stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food.
実は宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでペストネズミの駆除や伝染病患者の死体運搬の仕事をさせられていたのでした。
In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice and to transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorn-depressing customs of Onikafuchi village in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corps in the old Japanese army or whatever? Kichikun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I'm pretty sure it was Unit 731. Also, this is based on real Japanese history. Oh, I know about Unit 731. I know about them. I know that history. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. This may be a myth, but I'm pretty sure that, you know that, like, fun fact that, like, humans are, like, something percent water? Is it, like, 60, 70%? I've heard a fact, and I don't know if it's a myth or not, but I think it's true, is that the reason we know that is because of Unit 731. Because, they weighed people before and after removing all of the water from their bodies. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. This is some of the stuff that gets censored in the console version, which is why they aren't speaking. Yeah. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. Makes me sick. Japan doesn't like when you talk about Unit 731. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a touchy subject that doesn't get taught properly. At least that's what I've heard. I know Japan has gotten some critique for that with their education, where, like, Germany, in comparison, is pretty thorough about teaching about the Nazis, while Japan is kind of glosses over some of the World War II atrocities they did. I know, I don't know how well the rape of Nanking is taught either. I know that's kind of one that's also glossed over from what I've heard. Still hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now. The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell into one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control. Till they finally knocked down a door called Taboo.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
What do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? I don't want the answer to that question. Rena and I knew the answer without being told. So we didn't answer.
そう。
That's right.
彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。
They were researching ways to handle using humans as food.
彼らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の方針になる。
Fighting onwards, sometimes eating the flesh of enemies and sometimes that of allies, became the ultimate service paid to their country.
そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。
They were deathly serious about this doctrine.
滑稽な話ですね。
It really is a riot.
祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。
My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and yet they had gone above and beyond that.
祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。
Apparently he always thought about it too.
たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。
Even if he was a vulgar man-eating demon, they were far more ugly demons than he.
だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
So no matter how much he was scorned, he wouldn't put up with it. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bombs with a
お
circle.
腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんには、どの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。
The starved soldiers on the front lines apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent.
中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce like it was sukiyaki loved it the most.
もうやめてよみーちゃん。
Come on, Michan, stop.
気分が悪くなってきた。
Getting sick to my stomach. Rena really was pale-faced. She looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
じゃあ、そのミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は？
Then, those canned goods your grandpa brought back.
真偽はわかりません。
I don't know if it's true.
晩年まで宗平は人肉であることを否定し続けました。
Sohei denied it was human flesh up until the day he died.
ですが、ひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は、人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、村人をまたしても蔑み始めたのです。
However, those who begrudged Himizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh. The villagers began to be scorned again.
また、子供たちが林立てられ、石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
They returned to a time where children would be jeered at and have rocks thrown at them. Stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である祖母は、ある時、村の子供たちにこう言いました。
My grandmother, the family head, once told the children of the village this. If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
二人に石を投げられたら、 4人で石を。
They throw stones at 2 of you. Throw them back with 4.
8人に棒で覆われたら16人で追い返し、
If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16.
30人に中傷されたなら60人で怒鳴り返せと。
If they slander 30 of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, "What if we're attacked by 1,000 people?" Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたならひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。
If 1,000 people attack you, then everyone in Hinmizawa will stand up against them.
それは決起を促す劇のようですらありました。
It was a manifesto to spur people into action.
祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなく、ひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonozaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they had heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも町で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
Kei-chan, do you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? I recalled how much of an impression it left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、
My grandmother fought, and my parents carried on the fight.
ようやくひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。
At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa.
もっとも、その平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。
Of course, that peace had been placed on a razor's edge.
この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
When you consider the previous 100 years of history, tranquility now can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales.
どうして？
Why? Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet, I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。
Why can't everyone just live in peace?
高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
What happened to those old stories of Oyashiro-sama that I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。
It's a fairy tale.
人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかったということです。
I mean, that even if those people and the demons were real, the Oyashiro-sama who mediated between them wasn't.
それでお社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
Is that why Oyashiro-sama's curse happens? A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clear hair. Mion kept a refreshing smile, without answering, and didn't even change her expression. But even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように。
So that Hinamizawa village might once more be like Onikafuchi village.
崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。
So that we may again be a sacred existence worthy of worship.
それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、
That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onikafuchi.
園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
The mission of those who inherit the demon in the Sonozaki main family.
鬼を継ぐ者
Those who inherit demon?
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。
It seems like Takano's research actually wasn't a load of nonsense.
She seemed, I mean, none of the myth stuff seems to be real, but she noticed the demon thing in the names. For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the character for demon in the leaders' names.
私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. Character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ。
Not only in my name either.
この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
The demon is engraved on my body as well. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよみーちゃん
It's okay,
見
Mi-chan.
せる必要なんて全然ない
You don't need to show us, okay?
ありがとう。
Thank you. With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, to prove that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onikafuchi weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rana wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured,
この5年間の連続事件ね。
The serial incidents happening over the past 5 years.
私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。
I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others.
いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、そのすべての中心に私がいたと思う。
Some were not the Sonozaki family, but were rather related to the others. Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. I think I was at the center of all of them. Said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。
I have faith in what I've done, and don't feel any guilt.
あるとすれば、私の後継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。
If I did, perhaps it would be that I will have to leave the stage before the heir is decided.
私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、
If I am caught and tried in a court of law,
それも時代の流れかなって。
and I suppose that's how it works nowadays.
この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Being able to retire with Hinamizawa at the most peaceful it's been in 100 years would be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders of past generations. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped on the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. Numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind.
Not me! Kill her!
Hey, Mion. I don't care what happens after this. Can you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
でも みーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺したんだよね。
But Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan? The sharp points of her words stabbed in my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。
I'm not saying that it's okay if you killed other people.
でもとにかくみーちゃんは
Regardless,
リ
Mi-chan,
カちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺した。
you killed Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. Rena's words were more biting than any I'd ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends. I would sure hope so.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。
Just as I bear the duty of the Sonozaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furude family.
その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse. My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。
I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it.
西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。
The bars on the storehouse door were too heavy for her, and she wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key.
先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。
Even the priest before her had complained about it being heavy.
リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
He was very aware of how hard it was for Rika-chan.
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I will make sure to guard it, so I want to replace the lock with something lighter. I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama. You shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, leader of the Kimiyoshi family, old man Kimiyoshi, he... If it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with old man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switch to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、
Old man,
本当に大丈夫なんですか？
is this really alright?
バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
Nana says that if possible, we should keep the lock the same.
大丈夫だよ。
It'll be alright.
心配性だな。
You're quite the worrywart.
何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
If something happens, this old man will take all the responsibility.
本当ですね。
You promise?
君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。
You mean that you'll take responsibility as the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, right?
おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
You should be well aware of how sacred the things inside really are.
大丈夫なのですよ。
It's okay.
このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。
There aren't any bad cats in Hinamizawa who'd open the lock and break in. Ooh.
にゃーにゃ
Ooh. Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は渡流しの祭りの最中にもう私の耳に入っていました。
I had already heard of the thieves entering the ritual storehouse during the Watanagashi festival.
賊は4人、
There were 4 of them.
その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。
We decided to act within the day.
同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
At the same time, we needed to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in Rika-chan of the Furude family and old man Kimiyoshi take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped. Dripped and dropped. Until just now, I decided that it was Mion's fault. She killed Rika-chan and the others. Well, she did. It was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
Well, no. I might as well have killed them.
ケイチ君。
Keiichi-kun. I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking to the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others would have had to die. If I had, nothing would have happened. We would have been spending our days having lots of fun like we always did.
俺がバカだった。
I was an idiot. If by shedding tears I could take it all back, I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Kei-chan, you're not at fault. Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、
As the leader of the Sonozaki family, I needed to act.
園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。
But given the history of the Sonozaki family, thinking about it now, it's no big deal.
そんなもの全部投げ出しても、私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。
Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside.
私がそんなものに屈したから、あの二人を殺してしまった。
I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those two.
それは他でもない。私、園崎ミオンが殺したということ。
I, Mion Sonozaki, and nobody else killed them.
私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。
I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but
でも踏みとどまらなかった。
I didn't stop.
安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。
I gave in to the easy role that was handed to me, and abandoned all thought of fighting for my friends.
だからこれは私の罪。
So this is my crime.
私が殺した。
I killed them.
園崎ミオンがこの手で
Mion Sonozaki, with these hands,
殺してしまった。
killed
そ
them,
れは何ら変わらない。
and nothing whatsoever changed.
何も。
Nothing. Her masochistic laughter was sad. Especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
Still, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition.
え？
Huh? As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right at my forehead.
ケイチ君だけを殺さなかった。
You left Keiichi-kun alive.
こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。
Strong as you are, Miu-chan, it would have been no trouble for you, but
でも殺さなかったんだよね。
you didn't kill him. That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club. If she had seriously tried to kill me, would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed. I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さて、
Kill me, please!
どうして殺さなかったのかね。
Why didn't I kill him?
鬼の私にゃ見当もつかないわ。
As a demon, I can't even begin to guess.
ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
Maybe Mion had some reason she didn't want to kill you.
それはどういう意味だよ。
What is that supposed to mean? Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
Is Uishi waiting outside? Yes.
逃げ場は？
Any way out?
ない。
No.
ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。
They said they have the place surrounded.
無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。
It seemed like they called a lot of cars over the radio.
みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
I think they have your entire property surrounded. Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
Please, turn yourself in. Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。
We'll go with you.
親友を一人きりになんか。
We'll never leave a friend by herself.
Friend? I don't know about any more.
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
Crying children and Rena are the only things I can't beat. You didn't really have a problem beating some crying kids. Well, you probably... I don't know if you beat them to death. You did something to them. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。
I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are.
たとえ自首が認められても、多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in is just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
So, I'd like you to hear one last selfish request.
何かな。
What is it?
30分でいいから、
30 minutes is fine.
ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Just let me have some time alone with Kei-chan. No, 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 no. Yeah, I'll push to the end of the chapter. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチくん、
Keiichi-kun,
どうかな。
is that okay with you?
ケイチくんが嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
If you don't want to, then I won't make you.
そうだね。
You're right.
嫌ならそれでもいいよ。
You're a dumbass. I'm sorry, and so am I. Aww. You're right. It's okay if you don't want to.
私は鬼だもの。
After all, I'm a demon.
ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。
Something does feel incredibly off. After all, I'm a demon, and Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else.
相入れることなんて、お社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
For us to be compatible, as long as Oyashiro-sama doesn't exist to mediate, simply isn't possible. There's no reason for me to hesitate. Is she going to kill me, or is something else going to happen? Take your bets now. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands. It was me and me alone. I don't think so. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime. She let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. Thanks, Mion. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear, sins that Mion shouldered. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate.
Ah.
Sure,
いいぜ。
it's fine.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私からもありがとうを言うよ、
I'd like to thank you too,
ケイチ君。
Ichi-kun. Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
いいよレナ。
It's fine, Rena.
ここで待っててくれれば。
You can wait right here.
ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。
I just want to go around the yard with Kei-chan.
退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。
If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like.
なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
And if there are any volumes you like, you might as well take them.
嫌だよ、
I don't want to.
みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。
Mi-chan's books belong to Mi-chan.
勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
Rena couldn't bring them back home with her so freely.
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Crack theory. This is Shion. She replaced Mion. Such a good kid, only at times like this. I don't know if I believe that. I just said that as a statement. Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
じゃあ行こう、ケイちゃん。
Okay, let's go, Kei-chan. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, and Rena silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
Take care, Mi-chan.
あ、
Yeah,
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる。
Mi-chan really does believe she won't ever be able to come back. I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短期を起こさないように見張ってね。
Watch out that she doesn't do anything rash, okay? Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Rena had already thought that far ahead.
あ、
Right.
そんなこと絶対にさせないから。
I won't let that happen. Rena rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ言ってあげて。
Okay, then go after her. I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door.
どうしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。
It was Mi-chan who made a successor to demons.
それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね。
Maybe it just had to happen that way.
でも
But
あんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
it's just so awful. Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Going from Ace to this sure is fun. It absolutely is. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
腕組んでもいいかな。
Can I hold your arm? Such a modest request.
別に構わないぞ。
I don't mind. With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my arm. Okay.
私に腕を組まれたらなんだか緊張しちゃわない？
You're reminding me of Shion right now.
例えば急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかななんて思ったりとか。
You get kind of nervous with your arm through mine? You're not thinking, for example, that I'd suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything.
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。
You two say the same things.
思わないよ。
I don't think that
全然。
at all. Back when nothing had gone wrong yet. During those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angelmort. I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. Oh. I had been arm in arm with Shion then, too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it. The sensation of their arms. Their warmth and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンもケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
I think Shion liked you, Kei-chan.
そうなんだ。
I see. If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは仲は良かったんだろ？
Mion and Shion got along well, didn't you?
さあどうかな。
Well, I wonder.
ケイちゃんは自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along?
え？
Huh?
右手と左手？
My right hand and left hand?
それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
I don't think you could describe them as getting along or not.
そういう関係だから。
That's how our relationship is.
仲がいいとか悪いとかそういう尺度では測れない関係。
Can't measure it by the scale of how well we get along. That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well.
例えば利き腕というものがあるように右手と左手には間違いなく優劣の違いがある。
For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there'll always be a better hand.
もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ？
If you only had one oven mitt, you would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right?
そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。
I think maybe it was like that for us.
だからといって左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。
I swear your face moved differently. That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand.
そんなよくわからない関係だね。
It's that kind of unexplainable relationship.
多分それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで。
I think that maybe you live too close together and just stop being able to see it,
きっ
but
ととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。
I think that means you get along really well.
俺は一人っ子だから祭りの前日
I'm an only child, so the day before the
ミオ
festival,
ンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのをすごく羨ましいと思った。
I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other.
ないものねだりじゃないの？
I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist.
双子なんて昔は人をからかったりしてそこそこに面白かったけど
Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun playing tricks on people.
こうして互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今ではかえって邪魔なだけ。
But now that we have such distinctly different personalities, it just gets in the way. Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな。
It's huge.
子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか？
You must have had a great time playing it in as kids, huh? Mian seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind. She was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mian remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mian suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンはまだ生きてる。
Shion is still alive.
本当か？
Really? Mian took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly. Yeah.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうとずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど、
I'd been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I had her locked up.
今日までその方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
I never did think of a good way to do it, though. You're just gonna say this to my face? Who are you? You're not my friend. Mian sounded as though she hated Shion, and also deep down, didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me. She saved Shion, too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
来て。
Come with me.
私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。
I want you to see all of my sins. Is this where they keep the bodies?
でもそれはケイちゃんにとって
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Although, Kei-chan, it might be the worst thing you've ever seen. I could sense it. There I'd probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it.
すでに起こり終わってしまった事実だけれども、
You want to see a lot of dead bodies, my boy?
It's already happened and it's in the past.
ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。
You can choose not to look, Kei-chan.
そうならばここで待っていて。
If you don't want to, then wait here.
私の手で全て終わらせるから。
That'll personally end everything. I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Rena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that already happened.
何を見たって？
Doesn't matter what I see. Yes?
俺にとっての園崎美音は最高の親友だ。
Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have.
それは変わらない。
That won't change.
一生。
It never will. The treetops softly swayed in the wind.
あんたもレナも
You and Rena both.
どうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Why do you only get really cool at times like this? Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, invading the question. Today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking. Into the thick forest, into the deepest part. Oh. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. They'd been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There are many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place. I hope Wishi is having a nice time in his car. I hope he's loving that air conditioning and not smelling rotting bodies.
引き返すなら今だよ。
If you want to turn back, now's your chance.
ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、
I don't know what kind of person Mion Sonozaki is to you.
中に入れば、その美音はきっと。
If you go inside, that Mion will probably...
変わらない。
She won't change.
何度だって言う。
I'll say it as many times as I need to.
園崎美音は俺の最高の親友だ。
Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. I clench my fists. Inside there, probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. You'll never change that Mion is my greatest friend.
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど、
I'm nothing more than a demon, so I don't understand human feelings anymore.
ミオンがあんたを好きになったの、よくわかる気がする。
I have a feeling, though, that I know why Mion fell in love with you.
他人事のように言うな。
Don't say that like it's not related to you.
お前はミオンだ。
You're Mion.
鬼じゃない。
You're not a demon.
血の通った人間で俺の仲間なんだ。
You're human with human blood and you're my friend. Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door at the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong-looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch. How intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside, it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. Past places that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated they'd been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel.
最具殿の中、見たよね。
You saw what was in the ritual storehouse, right?
あの拷問道具の山を。
Piles of torture
あ
instruments.
れはすべて鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。
All of them were created to uphold the strict religious laws of Onikafuchi village.
戒律を破った者を見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。
They were,
そういう道具だ。
they were tools used to kill those who broke the laws in terrible ways as a warning to others. Oh. Oh.
大昔の話だろ。
That was a long time ago.
本来は見せしめの儀式。渡流しは御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど、
Watanagashi, originally a ritual meant as a deterrent, was once overseen by the three families.
君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
But thanks to the Kimiyoshi and Furude families going into decline in the way the times changed, actually carrying it out became difficult.
そりゃそうだな。
I can imagine why.
この現代日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢でばらして殺せるなんて思えない。
You never think people could be okay with drowning people in a swamp and killing them in modern Japan.
だから園崎家は作ったの。
That's why the Sonozaki family built this.
現代でも渡流しの儀が行えるように秘密の場所を。
A secret place, so that we can continue to conduct the rite of Watanagashi, even in modern times. Ooh. Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
いろいろあるでしょ。
There's quite a few, isn't there?
一部のものは実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたものなんだよ。
Some of them were actually brought here from the original storehouse. All the things there had been rusty and covered in dust. They didn't seem that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood. The walls and ceilings were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms. There was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、
According to something a leader from a long time ago wrote,
血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。
blood splatter has impact, despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice.
綿流しは見せしめのショーだったから、
Watsunagashi was meant as a deterrent after all.
私のご先祖様たちは様々なショーを考案してたんだよ。
My ancestors thought up all different kinds of things to show off. As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room, to a spot veiled in darkness. There, surprisingly, a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions.
鑑賞席なんだよ。
They're seats for the audience.
綿流しは見せしめのショーだから、
Watsunagashi was meant as a deterrent after all.
客がいなきゃ意味がない。
It wouldn't make sense if there were no guests. Ooh. I couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to.
みんなここで私が殺した。
Right here is where I killed everyone.
見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。
There were no spectators to watch me, but I did the Watsunagashi very well.
いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
Well, perhaps there was one spectator.
え？
Huh?
観客？
A spectator?
私
Me.
という鬼がミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
I, the demon, was watching the entire time Mion held the Watsunagashi ceremony. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice-sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
Back there is the prison.
シオンはそこにいるのか？
Is she on there? She nodded slightly. Mion's Watsunagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expensive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface. I felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects spying their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each of them was a prison.
みんなはどこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
Where is everyone? Rika-chan and Satoko. Wow, what a background!
死体？
The corpses? I grimaced at her having said it so outright.
ああ、
Yeah,
そうだ。
that's right.
いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
Poor things, being left here in the dark like this.
虫が湧くと嫌だったから井戸に捨てちゃったよ。
I didn't want them to get infested with bugs, so I threw them down the
ご
well.
めん。
I'm sorry. You talk so matter-of-factly. I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Kichi Maibara. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend.
言ったさ。
Yeah, my greatest friend. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion?
シオンか。
Is that Shion?
ケイちゃん、
Kei-chan?
ケイちゃんなの。
Is that you, Kei-chan? I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her.
大丈夫か、シオン。
You alright, Shion?
怪我はしていないのか。
You hurt? Oh. Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet.
落ち着け、シオン。
Calm down, Shion.
もう全部終わったんだ。
Everything is already over.
全部。
Everything. I spoke in as calm a voice I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
シオン、
Shion,
ご機嫌はいかがだった？
how have you been? No more, please. No more. I don't want to see anyone else die. If you hate me, then just kill me already. I'm the one you hate, right? Kill me right now. Sis!
落ち着けって、シオン。
Calm down, Shion.
もう終わったんだよ。
It's all over now.
大丈夫なんだ。
It's gonna be alright.
だから落ち着け。
So calm down. Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who scared Shion this much, Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly.
安心しなよ。
Relax.
あんたは殺さない。
I won't kill you.
まだまだ殺さないんだから。
No, I won't kill you just yet. She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Please stop! Don't kill Kei-chan! Kei-chan has nothing to do with this, does he? If you're gonna kill someone, then kill me right now. I don't want anyone else to die. Mion is my best friend.
そんなに死にたければ、この男を殺した後にゆっくりとひき肉にしてやるよ。
If you want to die that badly, then after I've killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you.
古式にのっとり、獅子の先端から少しずつ。
In accordance with the ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities.
ガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。
I'll shave you down and mince you.
あの肉引き機はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。
I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you, after all.
それとも、それでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな？
What would be funnier if I were to mince up Kei-chan in front of you?
おい、いい加減にしろ。
Hey, quit it already.
今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。
What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? Scaring her at this point? No! Kei-chan, run away! Kei-chan, what are you doing? I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but I turned around. Oh! Mion's mouth, so much that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. Well, I'm gonna need that for the thumbnail. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then, who was she? I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength of my body drained instantly and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then, my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable as if I'd fallen down onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was the kind of sensation, like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening. You'd only be hearing it. It was happening so far away and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you'd have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it was annoying, nor did it interest me.
さて、どんな方法で料理してやろうかね。
Now then, I wonder how I should go about preparing you.
そうだ。釘台なんかどうかな。
Oh yes, what do you think of a bed of nails?
あのちびがき二人組に試したかったんだけど、手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。
I tested on those two little brats, but their hands were too small for the restraining table.
あれにしよう、あれにしよう。
Let's do that! Let's do that! Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it and one of my shoes fell off. No! Please stop, sis! Please. Stop. Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me down and returned to the prison cell again.
あんたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。
My, you sure can cry with a cute voice, can't you?
あんたのわざとらしい空いばりには虫唾が走ってたんだけど、やっぱりそういうあんたが一番似合ってるよ。
Your unnatural bravado is making my skin crawl, but this definitely suits you the best.
ミオン姉さん、
Mion, my big sister. I beg you.
私をどういう風に殺しても構いませんから。
I don't care how you choose to kill me, but
ケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげてください。
please, at least let Kei-chan go. I'm begging you. Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times, prostrated herself with the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy.
あんたの希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけど、
You know, I wasn't planning on listening to your petty
あ
wishes.
んたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだから、
The way you're crying, though, is just too funny.
なんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたかな。
I think maybe I'll change my mind and listen to you.
思えばあんたには姉らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね。
Since come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you. Yes. Yes.
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Thank you so much.
じゃあさ、
Alright then.
これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。
Let's hear you apologize for
そ
everything.
したら私もこれまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかな。
Then maybe I'll let it all be water under the bridge.
そうしたら、ケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
And maybe, just maybe, I'll let Kei-chan go. Mion said she might let me go. She never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied.
そん んなので私の積年の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけ？
You think you can make up for years of grudges and hard feelings like that?
そんなんじゃダメだね。
That just will not do.
やっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だ。
I guess I'll make mincemeat out of you both. Eee. Wait, sis. One more chance. Just one more chance. Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion.
ろくろく満足に謝れないあんただからね。
You can't apologize to my satisfaction anyway.
特別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方ってのを教えてあげるよ。
I'll teach you how to make an apology that will get through to your older sister.
一度しか教えないし、一言一句でも間違えたらアウト。
I'm only gonna tell you once, and if you get even a letter wrong, you're out.
いいね。
Got it? Yes. Yes.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, sis. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
ちゃんと覚えられたかな？
Did you memorize it?
ではやってごらん。
Then let's hear you say it.
誠心誠意、鉄頭鉄尾、心を込めてね。
Sincerely and faithfully from beginning to end with all your heart.
ちゃんとできたなら、あんただけを殺してあげるから。
If you can do it properly, then I'll only kill you. Yes.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she'd become someone else. Me and I knew well, would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
さ、
Now,
やってごらん。
let's hear it.
お姉ちゃんはちゃんと聞いててあげるから。
Your big sister is listening closely.
園崎しおんは
Shion Sonozaki is... When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion.
園崎しおんはイオン姉様の足元にも及ばない下船で癒やしいメス豚でございます。
Shion Sonozaki is a lowly, worthless soul not fit to even lick her big sister Mion's feet.
死ぬほどおわきまです。姉様に働いた数々のプレーを思います。
And when I think of the countless times I've been rude to my big sister without knowing my place.
ほらほらその調子。
Yes, yes, that's the spirit.
少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
I'll permit you to say a little more now, okay? Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's. No, that thing pretended to be Mion's attention. Hurry up!
生意気だったこれまでを反省し
I reflect on
ミオ姉様に忠誠を誓います。
how impertinent I've been. I swear loyalty to my big sister Mion for the rest of my life.
ですから
So... Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon in the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it, and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire.
いいよもう
Alright already.
十分面白かったわ。
That was funny enough for me.
あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったか
I didn't think you'd throw away that much of your pride.
ら。うんうん。
Mm-hmm.
十分に愉快。
Oh, it's a real party down here. Yeah! That was plenty enjoyable. Neon began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
姉様
Sis,
殺すのは私だけ
only kill me.
その人許して
Please forgive him.
安心しなって。
Don't worry, alright?
ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。
I'll be sure to kill you real good.
ケイちゃんの悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
After letting you get an earful of Kei-chan's screams, that is. After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the straining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. Sis, don't kill him, sis! The door to the big cave where the jail has been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
聞こえるかいしよ
Can you hear it, Shion?
これから始めるよ
I'm gonna get started now.
ケイちゃんの若い悲鳴をたっぷりと楽しみな
Please, enjoy Kei-chan's young screams.
いい加減にしろ。
If it'll fucking rest. The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Neon.
ようやくお目覚め
Awake at last, are we?
私さっき嘘をついたね
I lied before, you know.
シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけどまだ思いつかないって言ったやつ
About having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet.
あれが嘘
That was a lie. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, she began to line up what looked like long, strangly shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks like the kind you'd see on a harpoon.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの
I'll let her hear the screams of all those people that died because of her, and after they've soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her.
なかなかセンスいいでしょ
I've got pretty good taste, huh?
お前は誰だ
Who are you?
は
Huh?
ミオンでしょ
Mion.
園崎ミオン
Mion Sonozaki.
恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった
Has the fear driven you crazy?
違うな
No, you're not.
お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない
There's no way you can be Mion Sonozaki. Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
へえ
I see.
じゃあ私がミオンじゃなかったら私は誰なわけ
Then if I'm not Mion, who am I?
鬼だ
Demon.
Huh?
Huh?
お前はミオンじゃない
You're not Mion.
さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ
Mion was just here. Give her back.
ケイちゃん本当に頭は大丈夫
Hey-chan, is your brain really doing okay?
恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった
You're not going crazy with fear.
触るな
Don't touch me.
この鬼め
You damn demon.
返せ
Give her back.
ミオンを返せよ
Give Mion back.
俺の最高の友人だったミオンを返せ
My best friend. Give Mion back. Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But... This person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There was no way I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon. It was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked.
あんたって本当におめでたい人だね。
You really are a piece of work, you know that?
園崎美音に殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？
In this very moment, Mion Sonozaki is trying to kill you and you're trying to reject me?
こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
I never knew there was such a funny person in all the world.
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。
You wanna laugh, do it all you want.
だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。
No matter what you say, though, I want to accept that you're Mion.
ミオンを返せ。
Give her back.
退け鬼め。
Away with you, demon! It doesn't seem to be working.
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり？
Hey, Chen, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears? No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart, so that the real Mion, trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me, would be able to hear.
頑張れミオン。
You can do it, Mion.
こんな鬼畜生に負けるな。
Don't lose to this piece of shit demon.
本当に強い。お前の力を見せてくれ。
You're strong. Show me how strong you are. The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow.
頼むよミオン。
Please, Mion.
ミオン。
Mion.
どこでお前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ。
Where did you lose to a demon like this?
お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ
You're not that weak, are you?
う。負けるな。戦え。戦え。
Don't lose. Fight! Fight! Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That's why I shouted.
お腹の筋肉がよじれて痛いよ。
My sides hurt like they're about to split.
もういい？
Is that all?
そろそろ始めるよ。
I'm gonna get started now.
いい声を出してね。
Be sure to give her some good screams.
これはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上に、シオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
Not only am I torturing you, Kei-chan, but I'm torturing Shion as well.
どうしてこんなことに。
Why would you?
ミオン。
Mion! Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet, a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
ケイちゃん、
Kei-chan,
メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど、
this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you.
どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
You really seem to want to know, though, so I'll tell you just one thing. I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。
A long time before the demon came to live inside me.
その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。
It was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence,
だ
but
けれど私はそれを理性で抑えつけた。
but I suppressed it with my reason.
鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。
That settled the demon down, and I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere.
でも、本当は違った。
As it turned out, I was wrong.
私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
It hadn't left me. It had just gone to sleep. I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes.
その鬼は、ある小さなことをきっかけに、また目覚めてしまった。
The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity.
それは、何に原因があったと思う？
What do you think that opportunity was? There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes.
わかる？
You understand? I don't. I don't know. Give the demon the chance to beat Mion.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、
This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but
あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
you're the reason that everything got so messed up. The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden.
あの時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、全ては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。
At the time, you had given me that doll you got without hesitating. Maybe everything wouldn't have gotten so twisted. The doll I got. That doll that I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。
You probably can't understand.
理解できなくて当然。
I wouldn't expect you to.
だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいに、パタパタパタと、いろんなものが倒れ始めて、収集がつかなくなってしまった。
But you see, all sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that. And soon it was too much for me to control.
はじめの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one since it was so small. You're the one who set it up.
そんな、俺が。
That can't... Me?
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、
If you hadn't made Mion cry,
私は起きなくて済んだのにね。
then I wouldn't have had to wake up.
これで十分。
Is that enough?
メイドの土産は。
For you to die in peace? A mistake that I'd made on that day. What messed everything up?
そんな、嘘だろ。
That can't be, can it?
自覚がないのは当然。
It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it.
でも、紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。
Even so, Kei-chan, you are without a doubt the cause.
あの時、あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
You had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, and I don't think this would have happened. I wanted to say, like I just remembered something, as I recalled that day. Rena had told me about that. I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh god. I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for. I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it. When I apologized for going to the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? Rena told me at the time, and now she herself, no, the demon was telling me. It's the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured, to die altogether. I could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, the taste of regret.
じゃあそろそろいい？
Can I start now then?
この拷問はね、とてもシンプル。
This method of torture is very simple.
左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。
I'll nail one of these into the joint on the end of your left pinky finger.
順に親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。
Then I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb, and then I'll go back to your pinky and nail one into the joint in the middle.
この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。
So on and so on until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand.
それが終わったら次は右手。
When that's over with, I'll do your right hand next.
それが終わったら次は、まだ意識があったら教えるね。
After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you.
指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。
There are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you can imagine.
両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so... Mion pressed the tip of a nail to my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints on my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt, and I couldn't even twitch.
他の人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、
I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the
な
others.
ぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
Why do I hesitate now?
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら
This will satisfy your demon, Mion. It will save the demon, then do to me what you will.
あんた、本気で言ってるの？
Are you serious?
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べればこんなの大したことないんだろ。
Compared to how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right? Well!
気の済むようにするといい。
Do as much as you want.
その代わり2つ約束しろ。
In exchange, promise me 2 things. Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたらシオンは許してやれ。
After you're satisfied with causing me pain, forgive Shion.
西宮殿に忍び込んだ罪にはそれで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
She's been punished enough to make up for her crime of sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she?
あんた、この後に及んで自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
You. After all this, you can still worry about Shion more than yourself?
もう一つは気が済んだらもうお前は消えろ。
The other thing, when you've had your fill, you disappear.
その体をミオンに返してやってくれ。
Give that body back to Mion.
それだけだ。
That's all.
あんたって人には命乞いをするとかそういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
You know, you're not even considering possibly begging for your life or anything?
約束2つじゃなくて3つにしていいか？
Can I ask you to promise 3 things instead of 2?
3つ目は
The third is to leave me
俺を
alive.
殺すなにしてくれ。
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。
You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you?
だからもうダメ。
So you can't have any more.
そいつは残念。
That's a shame. In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke.
多分私は約束を守らないよ。
I probably won't keep these promises, understand?
鬼だから。
I'm a demon after all.
その時は仕方がないさ。
Guess there's nothing I can do then. I recall tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Okay, do it. I've prepared myself already. So do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. And it diminished my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek.
ケイちゃん、
Hey-chan.
今の3つ目の願いだけは聞
I'll
いてもいいよ。
agree to just the third thing, okay?
No, that's the one I care about the least! I care the least about that! Kill me! Kill me!
Huh? My third wish. To save me. She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い、
Your first
シ
wish.
オンを救うこと。
To save Shion.
これはもう無理。
That's long done for.
シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。
The demon will kill her.
それはもう決められたことだから止められない。
It's already been decided, so I can't stop it.
だから諦めて。
So give up on that. Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin.
そして2つ目の願い、
As for your second
こ
wish,
の体をミオンに返すこと。
give this body back to Mion.
これももう無理。
That won't happen either.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
After today, Mion will never come back.
今日以降、もし私の姿があったとしても、それは姿だけ。
From today on, even if my body is here, it'll be just a body,
私の姿をした鬼だから。
because the Oni has taken it over.
そんなことはない。
It isn't true.
ミオンはミオンだ。
Mion is Mion.
もう戻ってこないなんて悲しいことを言うな。
Don't say such sad things, like that she won't ever come back.
聞こえる？
Can you hear it?
あの音。
That sound. Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam. Slam. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse.
帰りが遅いから、レナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。
You're late, so Rena probably called Oishi.
あのぼやーっとした感じの子が、こんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
That spaced out girl being so quick thinking was the one thing I didn't anticipate.
それについては同感だよ。
I'll agree with you there. Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
見たことないでしょ。
You've probably never seen one before, right?
本物のスタンガンだよ。
It's a real stun gun.
違法品なんで、かなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
It's illegal, and its output has been increased quite a bit.
さっき俺に食らわせたのはそれか。
Was that what you hit me with before?
子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
It's not a toy children should be playing with, you know. It's not funny.
そうだね。
You're right. You seem to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam. I heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。
I won't kill you, but I will have you go to sleep for a bit, Kei-chan.
すぐに大石が来てくれるから、
Uishi will be here soon.
ちょっとの我慢。
It's only hurt a bit. Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね、
I'm sorry
ミオンを怪我して。
for disgracing Mion.
ここに入る前に約束した。
I made a promise before coming in here.
何があっても俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
Whatever happens, the Mion inside my heart won't change.
でも忘れて、
Look, forget about that.
今日以降、もしも私を見かけても、
If you ever see me after today, don't come near me.
それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
By then, it would be the demon that inherited my corpse. What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined. And like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. June 1983. String of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki, 1X years old. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Ryu Sonozaki, Shion Sonozaki, Ichiru Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satsuko Hojo imprisoned them and killed them. Huh. So, Shion didn't, make it, huh? Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonozaki, and her 2 missing classmates, Kichimabara and Rena Ryugu. Oh! That first name sure was interesting. Yeah, no, that was fucking Oryu. That's her grandma. She took care of Grandmama. So Shion made it. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the 4 missing persons. Oryu Sonozaki, Ichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, Satsuko Hojo. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. But since Shion died, they said she disappeared. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Suspected to have. So I guess they're saying... I think they're saying it was suspected that Shion was dead, but they found her! She's alive! If I'm reading it correctly. IDK. However, the remains have still not been found. At one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years, thinking it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident. And as those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable of the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It's clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been in prison for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was the small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. So I was having a checkup in the hospital. Uishi-san asked me all sorts of things. I don't really remember what he asked, or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There are apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Uishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. And of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home. And had shut herself up in somewhere in Shishibune, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonozaki's underground storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. Secret underground without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to that basement again, too, for an on-the-site inspection for something. I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterward, the Sonozakis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many other followers with them. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away.
そっか、
I see.
引っ越しちゃうんだね。
You're moving, huh?
いつ？
When?
来月の終わり、
At the end of next month.
ひなみ沢には結局半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
I won't even been in Himizawa for half a year.
寂しくなるね。
I'll be lonely.
私一人しか残らない。
I'm the only one left. Rena smiled sadly. If I just said yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
Here's something to think about. That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the true sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there? Where she had disappeared to? I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdens and fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she'd already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying to hide, so hard to hide too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. Serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one. For many days, news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest. There's nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Himizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I'd probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As somebody was one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Mion rather. Now that everything was over, of course she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared. Who would call me this time? Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before, her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, the feeling changed to regret within 2 days. Moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right. The doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it was an import from England or something and was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once they said they wouldn't sell the display products. But once they realized I was Survivor A from that instant, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might not ever have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this, for the opportunity, then on my desk so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. It was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops. It was too completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. Definitely heard it. Where's it coming from? She's throwing rocks at my window! Stop throwing pebbles! I got up and turned on the light. There was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plonk. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. I thought so! When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It's 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peek out front, through the gap in the curtains. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window, made a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. My eyes weren't deceiving me. That person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was spreading within me, I had the sad feeling this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. There was a god. I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leaped out of the house.
ミオン
Mion,
お久しぶり。
it's been a while.
どう？
How are you?
元気にしてた？
Doing alright? Yeah, I don't have nails in all of my joints. Isn't that awesome? Get out of my property! It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion.
お前こんなところをうろついてて大丈夫なのか
Are you alright hanging around this place?
本当はいけないよ。
I really shouldn't be. She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that. I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion. I was happy for it.
それよりどうしたんだよ
Anyway, what's wrong?
こんな時間に
What do you need at this hour? Your
最後
blood.
にお話ししたかったから。
I wanted to talk to you one last time. That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was, upon closer inspection, trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it.
私ね。もうここにはいられない。
Well, I can't stay for any longer. A pained note was beginning to enter her words as well. As if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か
Are you alright?
どこか具合でも
Are you not feeling well?
今日まで頑張ってきたけど自分でもわかるの。
I tried so hard until now, but I can tell.
もうダメ。もう限界。
I'm done. This is my limit.
私のお迎えはもうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
They're about to come up behind me and take me away. Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away.
大丈夫かよ
You okay?
もう無理するな
Don't force yourself.
そうだ
Oh, that's right.
俺ミオンに
I had something to give you, Mion. This doll. I wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it... My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me. And pushed it in tight and took it and twisted it. Mion? Hey, what? It hurts. I made it. I made it. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot, it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled.
Oh.
I've done it. I've done it all. That's everyone I wanted to kill.
I guess she got to Shion before me.
The last words Mion left me with that day came back to me.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even my body is here. Body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon. The demon. Demon. This can't... Thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't... Mion. In a pool of blood of my own design. It's the doll I bought from Mion. Died. In red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought from Mion, the blood, had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. Ruined. The sad moon was so white, it looked frozen. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The victim was Keiichi Maebara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. He escaped death. The criminal fled the scene. I lived? On the same day at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City, XX Prefecture.
Also, there's like 30 minutes left. I'm sorry. It's you told me it was gonna be over soon, like an hour and a half ago.
The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded just like the two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Himizawa Village, perpetrated by said incident suspect. I did a thorough search of the room. We could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down to the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Oh. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We are conducting a thorough examination on both fronts, suicide and homicide.
I'm alive.
本当に5分だけですからね。
Only for 5 minutes, understand?
刺激しないようにしてください。
Please, try not to excite him.
心得ていますよ。
Yes, yes, I'll be careful. Clack. The door opened, and as I expected, Uishi-san came in.
どうも前原さん。
Hello, hello, my Bara-san.
ご無沙汰しておりますね。
It's been a while, hasn't it?
その後、お加減はいかがですか？
Tell me, how have you been since then?
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たらまた傷が悪くなりそうです。
The doctor says my post-operative recovery seems to be going smoothly, but I think I got worse when I saw your face.
こりゃ手厳しい。
You wound me. As Uishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mama a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。
Excuse me, Miss Maibara.
ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか？
Would it be possible for me to talk to Keiichi-kun for just a few moments? Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted.
母さん、
Mom,
悪いけど、ほんのちょっとだけ、
sorry, just a little
5
while.
分でいいから。
Just 5 minutes, okay? Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Uishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい身分ですね。
Room to yourself. How high class.
うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。
My old lady always gets a shared room, you know.
そりゃもう賑やかなことで、
It is quite lively, however.
ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。
Seems like you're a higher rank if you have a worse disease in places like that.
より重病な患者ほど偉いというか、威張っているというか。
The sicker you are, the prouder you are, maybe the more arrogant.
大石さん、5分ですよ。
Yuji-san, we only have 5 minutes.
できれば、これが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。
I would like it if these were the last 5 minutes we ever saw each other.
俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし、ここももうひなみ沢じゃない。
I don't have any connection to Hinamizawa anymore, and this isn't in Hinamizawa anymore either.
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。
Yes, because there aren't any general hospitals in Okinomiya.
椅子よろしいですかな？
Mind if I take a seat?
ゆっくらしゅっと。
Down we go. This was a large university hospital in Shishibone City. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になりそうですか？
When does it look like you'll get transferred?
さあ、
Dunno.
俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
I'm ready to go whenever, though. Our moving plans were delayed a little bit because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Himizawa, though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken there.
転院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。
Please, don't come to where I'm transferring.
本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
I really will get worse then.
いやー、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。
Man, you really do hate me.
仕事柄とはいえ、心苦しいですよ。
It may just be my job, but that stings.
なので、今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに素敵なお土産をいろいろお持ちしましたので。
That's why I brought you all kinds of lovely souvenirs in atonement.
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
You didn't need to bring an assortment of cookies for that.
それがね、
Well, you see,
実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。
there aren't actually cookies in there.
ほら。
Look. Uji-san pulls open the can of cookies and... What? Oh, I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので、いろいろと持ってきましたよ。
I didn't know what you were into, Mabaro-san, so I brought all sorts of things.
ほら、よりどりみどり、野原は黄緑ってなもんです。
See, all sorts of cute-looking ones from westerns to comic strips.
さあさ、好きなだけ持って行っちゃってください。
Lately, they have this sort of H manga aimed at girls, too.
こんな本なんか持ってこないでください。
Don't bring porn in here.
持って帰って持って帰って。
Get them away and go home.
いってててててて。
Ow, ow.
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたら、 さぞやご入り用だと思ったんですけどね。
I thought for sure a healthy young person like you would be feeling a little needy being cooped up in a place like this for so long. Mom! The old man's giving me porn!
こんなところにいると看護師フェチにしかなりませんよ。
If you stay here too long, the only fetish you'll end up with is a nurse one, you know. Okay. And? Does it look like I give a fuck? I'm sorry, that was crass.
素晴らしいものがいっぱいあるんですからね。
There are plenty of other beautiful things in this world besides nurses, after all.
今から専門を決めないで幅広く
Don't decide what to major in now. Keep your options open.
オールラウンドに行かなくっちゃ。
You need to be a more all-around type of person. I gave Uishi-san's vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that Uishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about.
シオンさんの件は
He really smacked his lips before he said that. He was like, the incident with Shion really was unfortunate. The night I was stabbed by Mion. Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities. An accident, suicide, and homicide. But it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable.
事故のわけない。
It couldn't have been an accident.
ミオンです。
It was Mion.
絶対に。
Had to be.
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、私も前原さんと同じ意見です。
The criminology guys are saying it had to be a suicide, but I'm of the same opinion as you, my Bara-san.
シオンさんを突き落とし、さらにあなたを刺した。
She pushed Shion-san and also stabbed you
一晩のうちにね。
in one night.
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
Has Mion still not been found?
そうそう。
Oh, that's right.
それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。
That's what I came here to tell you today.
はい。
Yes.
実は
We actually did find her.
見つかったんです。
Put her in the chair, please! What?
あ、ててててて。
Ow, ow, ow. Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over. I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. Felt many other things, too. Heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。
It's not all.
園崎家の例の地下、
In the Sonozaki House
隠
catacombs,
し井戸も見つかったんですよ。
we found a hidden well.
前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体をその底で発見しました。
Just as you said, Mabara-san, we found the remains of all those who disappeared at the bottom.
そうですか。
I see. A sliver of hope, that possibility I'd believed in, that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive, just from the fact that their remains hadn't been found. Gone.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましてね。
It was incredibly well hidden in those catacombs.
いやいや、まさに死角中の死角でした。
I mean, it was in the blind spot of another blind spot.
井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして、
It was a vertical tunnel dug out like a well.
はしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。
There's a ladder set out there, and when we went all the way down, there was another tunnel built there going through it.
そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古い井戸に抜けられましたね。
When we followed it a few hundred meters, we found ourselves at the mouth of an old unused well in the mountains.
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょうね。
I wonder if it was a secret escape route a previous Sonozaki family leader built.
でしょうな。
Probably was.
明治以降に作ったものでしょうが、
Maybe it was made in the Meiji era.
いやいや、よくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
Still, I'm impressed they built something like that.
みんなの遺体はその底に。
So everyone's remains were at the bottom?
はい。
Yes.
逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下に、コールタール状の泥水が溜まってまして、
Even deeper down than the escape path, there was a pool of coal tar.
そこに無造作に投げ込まれていました。
They'd been casually thrown into there.
相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体はどっぷりと埋まってしまってましてね。
They had fallen from a fairly high spot, so the remains were totally buried in it.
遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
It took a lot of time and effort to pull their bodies up.
全員見つかりましたか？
Did you find them all? I hoped that they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
はい、
Yes,
全員。
all of them.
それどころか死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。
In fact, we also found human bones we think are over a decade old.
最低でも3人分はあると思われます。
We think there are at least 3 people.
ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。
I suppose it's the dark side of Inamizawa's history.
泥を全部吸い出したら一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。
I wonder how many people's bones we'll find when we've sucked out all the mud.
怖い話です。
It's a scary thought. That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion.
今、鹿骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。
Currently identified people who disappeared from Shishibone City decades ago.
諦められてた失踪事件もこれを機に全部解決するんじゃないかなんて言われてますよ。
People are talking about how this opportunity might let us resolve the disappearing persons cases that have been abandoned. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Uji-san went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket.
そうそう。
Oh, right.
これは寄り道なんですが、
This is a bit of a detour.
古出里香さんご存知ですよね。
You know Rika Furude-san, right?
もちろん
Of course.
仲間ですから。
He's my friend.
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
Did she ever tell you anything along the lines of her regularly taking insulin injections for diabetes? Rika-chan had diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね、
Actually, we found it in her skirt pocket.
注射器が見つかりまして、
A syringe.
破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが、
Oh. Oh. It was destroyed, though, so we couldn't identify the medicine.
少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちまして、
It was a bit out of place, so I got interested.
本当にご存知ありません？
Really don't know anything? I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her.
園崎家は本業の方、ああ、薬剤屋さんのことです。
Sonozaki family incorporates, the Yakuza people.
覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね。
Anyway, there's rumors that they deal in psychostimulants.
その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのですが、
I was thinking they might have something to do with it, too.
リカちゃんが覚醒剤の常用者だっていうのか？
You trying to tell me that Rika-chan is a drug addict?
いえいえ、
Yeah, look at this little kid. She loves heroin. No, not at all. It isn't what I'm saying.
ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくってのは、どう考えても変ですからね。
It just seems strange wherever you look at it. She would bring a syringe with her on her way to get soy sauce. I have no idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick.
大丈夫ですか？
You alright?
看護師さんを呼びましょうか。
Should I call a nurse?
大丈夫ですから。
I'm fine.
話の続きを。
Please continue.
まあ、注射器の話はそれだけです。
Well, that's all I had to say about the syringe.
それだけが個人的に気になったもので。
It was the only thing that personally struck me as interesting. Rika-chan.
リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。
Rika-san was sort of like the village mascot after all.
今、村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。
It looks like the village is in an uproar right now.
盲信してた年寄り方と殺してしまった園崎家とで。
between the older blind believers and the Sonozaki family who killed her.
実効支配していた御三家もほぼ全滅状態。
Three families' effective control over the village is basically in shambles, too.
こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら、今度こそ間違いなく敗損でしょうな。
Someone came up to them with talk of a dam again. With this sort of timing, the entire village would be abandoned for sure this time.
もう俺、ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
I'm not related to Hinamizawa anymore. I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、
Whoops!
無駄話が過ぎましたか。
We went off topic, didn't we?
参ったな。
What a pickle. I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask, and if she could wait a little bit longer.
そう？
Is that so?
手短にね。
Keep it short, okay? There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about.
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
Maybe we should choose another day for this.
大石さ
Uishi-san.
ん、ミオンは今、どうしてるんです？
Mion. How is she right now? I wanted to just hear that answer and then get rid of him.
それを話す前に、前原さんに一個だけ。
Before I tell you that, I just need one thing from you.
本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがあります。
I just need you to answer something in all honesty.
何ですか？
What is it?
本当に真面目に答えてくださいよ。
I want you to take your answer seriously, got it?
これ、いい加減なこと言っちゃうと、場合によっては、捜査か乱と見られて、告発される場合もありますからね。
If you say something indiscreet, it could be viewed as an obstruction of the investigation, and you could be prosecuted. Uishi-san kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want?
前原さん。
Maibara-san.
シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
Who do you think the criminal was who pushed Shion from the balcony?
ミオンしか考えられないじゃないですか。
There's no way it could be anyone but Mion, is there?
では、あなたを刺したの誰です？
Then who was the one who stabbed you?
何度も言わせないでください。
Please don't make me say it again.
ミオンですよ。
It was Mion.
園崎ミオン。
Mion Sonozaki. Uishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it.
シオンを突き落として、俺を刺して。
She pushed Shion and stabbed me.
ミオンの犯行だって、さっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
Did you just admit yourself that Mion was the criminal?
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は、隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。
The evidence we have that Mion killed Shion is based on testimony from the man living next door.
この隣人っていうのは、実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんですよ。
This neighbor is actually a member of an organized crime group. In other words, he was Shion-san's bodyguard.
このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんだそうで。
It seems he's a veteran leader in that vein and was like a parent to the Sonozaki sisters growing up. The man said this. The noise he heard from the next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided that he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. and they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened.
つまり壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。
In other words, you only heard from the other side of the wall.
しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。
Plus, because the apartment complex is connected to their organization, it doesn't have many residents.
ですからこの騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。
So they were the only ones who heard it happening.
重ねて言えば、園崎美音を目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
To reiterate, there was only one person who witnessed Mion Sonozaki.
見なくったってそんなのミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
Even if he didn't see her, isn't it obviously Mion's doing?
まあまあ。
Now, settle down.
だからつまりですね。
This is what I'm saying.
あなただけがあの晩確かに園崎美音を目撃した唯一の人間ってことになるんです。
It means you were the only one who saw Mion Sonozaki for sure last night.
もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
After all, Shion-san, the other witness, is no longer alive.
大石さんが何を言いたいのかよくわからないんですけど。
What are you trying to say? I don't really understand. At that point, Uishi-san paused. The fact that this was a no-smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. For check, he lit one with his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke.
あなた、本当に園崎美音に刺されたんですか？
Were you really stabbed by Mion Sonozaki?
はい、
Yes.
間違いなく。
There's no doubt about it. Smoke Uishi-san breathed out floated away, like a thundercloud swept away by the wind.
大石さん、ここ禁煙です。
Uishi-san, you can't smoke in here.
看護師さんに怒られますよ。
The nurses will get mad.
実は園崎美音も井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。
Actually, we found Mion Sonozaki at the bottom of the well, too. What?
転落死です。
She fell to her death.
あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、
We believe that as she was trying to escape to that hidden passage in the well, her foot slipped while climbing down the ladder.
そこまで転落し、
She fell to the
首の
bottom,
骨を折って死亡したとみられます。
broke her neck, and died.
はい。
Yes.
シオンさんと同じにね、
Same way as Shion-san.
首の骨を折って。
She broke her neck.
と、
Well, what?
あの日、前原さんを気絶させた後、園崎美音は隠し井戸から外へ逃れようとして、
After you passed out that day, Mion Sonozaki tried to escape using the hidden well,
足を踏み外して死んだのです。
but her foot slipped and she died.
まるで、そこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられるようにね。
As if beckoned by the corpses of the other sacrifice, she dropped down there.
それじゃあおかしいじゃないですか。
But doesn't make any sense, does it?
検視の結果、間違いなくあの日に死亡したものと確認されました。
The autopsy came to the conclusion that she definitely died on that day.
あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。
She didn't go back there after attacking you and Shion-san.
あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
She was already dead by then. My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it.
じゃあ、誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？
Then, who attacked Shion and me?
誰が？
Who was it?
あなたを襲った園崎美音なのに園崎美音じゃない何者かですよ。
The one who attacked you. Someone who was Mion Sonozaki, and yet not Mion Sonozaki. My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight.
高野美代さんの死、覚えてますか？
Do you remember how Mio Takano-san died?
え？
Eh?
高野さん？
Takano-san?
はい。
Yes.
確か遠くの山の中で焼け死んだって聞いたような。
I think I heard that she was burned to death in some distant mountains.
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かってます。
We learned that she was burned after being strangled to death.
検視したのは岐阜県警さんなんですけどね。
The Gifu station did the autopsy.
これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。
A little bit strange.
初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。
The results of the preliminary autopsy said that she'd been dead for at least 24 hours.
辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが。
Since that was contradictory, in their panic they seemed to revise it to say she died earlier that day. Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that. I didn't understand the complex things Uishi-san was telling me.
この死後24時間って検視結果、うちの鑑識のじじいが言うにはですね、
The results saying she'd been dead for 24 hours, as our old criminologist says.
かなり信頼できるものらしいんです。
It's pretty damn reliable.
つまりどういうことか。
So then what would that mean?
これは何度も聞いた質問になりますが、
I've asked that question over and
あ
over.
なた、綿流しの晩、
On the night of
高
Watanagashi,
野美代さんに会ってますよね。
you were with Mio Takano-san, weren't you?
合ってます。
I was.
その前日、お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね。
You also met her on the day before while setting up for the festival, right?
私もその時お会いしてますし、
I mean, I ran into her too.
ええ、
Yes,
合ってますよ。
I was with her then.
死後24時間ってことは、お祭りの前日の晩には、もう死んでるってことになるんですよ。
She'd been dead for 24 hours, and that would mean she was already dead the day before the festival.
そんなはず。
That can't be.
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。
She was alive during the festival
で
preparations.
も、あなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、
However,
高野さんはもうお亡くなりになっていたのです。
when you all slipped into the ritual storehouse, Takano-san was already dead. The origin of all that happened. Beginning of everything. Our intrusion in the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world.
今回の事件、死人が歩き回りすぎなんですよ。
There are too many dead people walking around in this incident. Incident. Caused by a dead person. And ended by a dead person.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。
Also, apparently they're under pressure to revise the time of Mion Sonozaki's death not to the day of the incident, but to right after she stabbed you.
この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。
Probably pressure from the outside to get this incident wrapped up already.
ですので、今の話はどうか他言無用に願いますよ。
So I'd appreciate it if you didn't say a word about this to anyone. Uchi-san grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, started proceeding to wave away the smoke floating around. If Takano died before Watangashi, what does that mean for both this chapter and maybe in the last? Well, I'm starting to wonder if it's not a time loop and we all forgot. And other crazy bullshit's going on. Did last chapter happen and it's not a time loop and that's... we met another Takano? I don't know.
長居しました。
I've stayed too long.
あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思ってきたつもりだったんですがね。
I had come here thinking I could at least end this incident as it applied to you, but
かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
looks like it got even more baffling instead. Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of his eye.
もしも今後話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。
If it so happens that something comes up you want to talk about in the future, call me anytime.
さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで、
My business card is in those souvenirs from before.
その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに
So
来
the
ます
next couple of
よ。
minutes? What do you mean by that? When that time comes, I'll pay you a visit with some wonderful souvenirs again.
うん
Uishi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something? I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know.
ではまたいつかお会いしましょ
Then let us meet again one day.
う。お大事に。
Take care of yourself. Slam. I listened to the tap 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 of Uishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. CG! I might need that for the thumbnail, who knows? I wanted to end this incident as it applied to me. What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Am I bleeding? Ah! Then slip. An arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear.
ケイちゃん。だから言ったでしょ
Hey-chan, I told you, remember? I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognized it as Mion's voice.
なんだミオン
What, Mion?
何を言ったって
What did you tell me?
私、あの日に警告したよ。
I warned you on that day.
今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだよって。
After today, if you see me, it'll be the demon that has possessed my body.
そうだな言ってたよな
You did. You said that, didn't you?
ごめん
Sorry.
ちょっと注意が足らなかったな
Guess I wasn't careful enough.
だから刺されちゃったんだな
That's why I got stabbed. I don't find it funny. Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arm slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine.
あのさミオン
Oh, hey, Mion.
俺今こんな冗談を考えたんだ
I just, well, thought of a good joke.
聞いてくれるか
Want to hear it? The Mion under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ俺が今日ここで死んじゃうんだよ
Let's say that I died here today.
だけども明日以降もここにいて普通に生活してみせるんだよ
But tomorrow I'd still be here, living a normal life.
で後でそれが大石のやつに分かってまたしても死亡日時が合わない
So, when Uishi-san learned about it afterwards, the time of death wouldn't make sense once again.
死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ
He'd make a huge deal about how someone who should have died was alive, and he'd totally lose his head.
高野さんにミオンそして俺で3人目
Takano-san, then Mion, and then me third.
な
So,
面白いだろ
funny, right?
笑えるだろ
Makes you laugh, doesn't it?
ケイちゃん。
Hey-chan,
笑えよ
laugh.
それともあんまり面白くなかったか
Or was it not that funny? Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me.
加減しろよ痛いって
Ow, ow, ow. Go easy. Ow, it hurts.
ケイちゃん。迎えに来たよ。
Hey-chan, I've come for you. I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable, and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body wouldn't move. Couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart and I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Mion's forehead was split open, and with her face covered with blood, she smiled and got right up just beside me. This might be the CG I want.
何も終わってない。何も終わってない。
Nothing was over. Nothing was over.
この事件は何も終わってなんかない。
This incident was far from being over.
まだ続いてる。
It was still going on.
まだまだ続いてる。
It was still happening.
誰かこの事件を終わらせてください。
Someone, please end this incident.
この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しい。この事件を終わらせてください。
This cruel, tragic, unfortunate, sad incident. Please end it.
それだけが俺の望みです。
That is my only wish.
あの時一つ叶えてあげたでしょ。
I granted you one before, remember?
今度はダメ。
You don't get any more. Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip. And with her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Wow. I'm not gonna do that. Not today, Ryukishi07. Not today. Oh, we've all had our laughs, but I think that's quite enough for me tonight. Oh, ha ha. Ha ha ha. Woohoo! Hee hee. Ah, ha ha. Woohoo! Ha ha. Woo! Woo! Yay! Woo! Ha ha. Woo! Yee ba ba. Ha ba 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 ba. Hee hoo ha hee.